Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Bluespan stream. Hello Lulu, hello Basel, hello Kobus, hello Alloy. Hello Robez, hello Roman, hello February, hello Matt, hello Nathaniel, hello Milos. Compendium is supposed to be today. Oops. Apparently this time. Where are we? Where are we? Hello. Thanks for the suggestion, Robez. Okay. Hi, Mac. Hello, Roman. Hello, admin. Hello, Stanley. Hi, I don't know why you mentioned this, and I don't know why we should care. Since when have I been playing Dota? Something like 12 years? You know what I figured out the other day? I have almost 10,000 hours in Dota 2 on this account. As you guys can see here. Interestingly enough, Sing Sing has 20,000 hours. So maybe it really is just a matter of playtime. Where are we? Yeah, we're all waiting for the battle pass. Hello, Sraj. Hey, Robson, you should learn how to have a conversation. Hello, 10 Mac. Hello, Didi, I'm good, how are you? Hello, Jupiter. Canada's great, man. Canada's great every day. Yeah, I thought 10,000 hours, I was like, holy shit, I have so many hours. There's so many talented Dota 2 players who have, like, seemingly not that many hours and way higher MMR, but then I look at Sing Sing and I'm like, wait a minute, this guy's got 20,000. Where's my hat? It's in my closet. Chilling sounds good, Didi. Welcome. Have ever participated in Dota tournament? Yep. Can't say about its successfulness, but yes, I have. No battle pass yet. Hi, Ren. Yeah, there's gonna be a battle pass soon. Hello, Darren. No stream yesterday. Okay, we have a game, Chris.
Hey, we'll hold him down, you knock him out. 5 seconds left.
Hello, Riza. Thanks, man. Welcome back.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Fine, 7 mid, huh? Holy. She just said that she's from Romania, man. She just said that. Oh, this guy's a Smurf, huh? Oh, he's a Smurf. Okay, good. Listen, fucking reading comprehension.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yeah, B says hi, Lulu. Is this the real Ramses? I highly doubt it. Oh wait, but it's a Smurf, huh? No, Ramses should be in France, so no.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Predict what? How do you want me to predict in this screen, eh? If the battle pass comes on now, will I buy it? Yes, yes I will. How'd you like the VS set, TD? Yeah, I have a really girly one that I do not use. I have this really like girly one. Looks like a chicken. Predict my chances of winning? 50%. Is there rain there? No, there's no rain. No, it's pretty sunny outside. Is it raining there? Hello, Ashley. Thank you, Lulu.
watching him skitter around out there.
Hella gearish. Thanks, Ryza.
Let my vengeance soar.
I first? What does that even mean?
Forward.
I don't want to deal with clockwork, dude.
Now the moment you've all been waiting for. The time has come. To battle.
We're gonna go one bounty rune.
I am not argue. Death to you.
This guy's like full HP already. Man, I don't want to trade with this guy.
If I must. You shall feel my time. I fly. The Skyrath style of
I'm low on HP, man. I think I should just pull.
vengeance flies beside. Faster. To battle.
Did he block that with his body? Oh, he did. He, in fact, did.
Yes. Very well.
Sucker.
The time has come.
Oh, now you stun? What the fuck, man? That's actually worth it.
I am there. Forward.
Hi, sir, man. I'm good. How are you? Hello, Farhan. Hello, Shwar. Hello, Andrew. Hello, Nick.
Faster.
Oh, shit. Is Sven in trouble?
I fly. I am not. If you insist. My sentiments precisely. My spirit soars.
Oh, dude, don't die, man.
Soar.
Now my enemies pay.
With a vengeance.
Jesus Christ, man. This guy's playing on the very edge.
By the bloody pinions of Avilava.
I am at clarity! Why you go for me, man? Oh, my wand it just came off cooldown. Probably wouldn't matter anyways. 5-minute ruins.
Not what you expected? They might have set back. Your bottom tower's kinda bad.
My sentiments precisely.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
I should, does this Razor have bottle? No, it doesn't look like he's going for bottle.
I fly. If you will.
There's a clock over here. Care about him.
This is ours.
16, 17.
Illusion.
I am there.
Sand King's down here, Sven. What? They deward this, dude? Is that a coincidence? Nah.
Very well. I am not arguing.
Oh fuck, I couldn't pull that.
If I must. As you the time has come. Vengeance flies beside me. To battle. Forward. Yes. Vengeance flies beside me.
I don't know if this is gonna stack.
Very well.
Its courier is dead. Wonder what idiot got it.
My grains in the scintillant.
Hmm. Oh man, that was me using courier. Bitch! You did! Oh, double kill!
Triple kill.
I have a triple kill! This is great.
I am not.
Ah, man, I think it's time to get out of here. Oh my god, he's still chasing.
With a vengeance.
Oh shit. Just got a triple kill. Triple kill.
That's not for
What the fuck? This guy warded over here, dude.
Watching your top tower?
Fuck off! Jesus Christ!
Yes.
Kill me, please! God damn it! This area's warded, dude.
Your top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
What is this CK doing here?
Invisibility.
Precious bounty. The top tower needs some help.
At last. Let my vengeance soar. I am there.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
If you easy.
Oh, I need TP scroll.
Your middle tower's under attack.
My sentiments precisely. If you insist.
Dire structures are fortified.
I am not arguing. Very well. The time has come. Faster. Vengeance flies beside me.
Now my enemies pay.
Let my vengeance soar.
Top tower is under attack.
God damn, dude.
If I must.
I can swap him if he's stunned.
As you wish.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, waste of teleport, dude.
I
Top tower needs some help. What, not your job or something? You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait till it.
Oh shit. Are you fucking...
Killing spree! Double kill!
stretch my wings.
I have so many kills. I think that's a reach buyback. Or maybe not. I don't know. I can't tell, man.
Killing spree!
Sentiments precisely. With a vengeance.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, they split up. I thought they would go after the same target. Razor gonna fuck you up.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Sucker, I gotcha.
Scatter that old stuff.
15-minute runes?
Fly.
I'll
The
take
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
greetings, my friend.
A gift from the goddess.
Your bottom tower's under attack.
It's not time yet. Intervention.
Time to go buy flats. Can't tell this, like, the ring goes around. Let me just put it here.
Yes. Vladimir.
Vladimir. Vlad.
If I must. As you wish.
Haste!
My sentiments precisely. The time is come.
This guy doesn't seem to listen.
Feel my I am there. If you insist.
Can we tell him to get back earlier?
Forward.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I am not arguing.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant called in the fortification. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Very well.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Ah,
Invisibility.
don't even know where to stop.
If you insist.
Killing spree! Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Send a couple of friends.
Fight, Sven, fight.
Mega kill!
They didn't lose a single person.
Reconcha tu madre.
I am not arguing.
Yeah, I'm gonna put down the words, okay?
Jugar,
Your
concha tu
bottom tower
madre.
is under attack.
Faster.
Okay, do you want me to destroy these? Shut the fuck up.
Let my
Jesus
Reconcha
fucking
tu madre,
Christ.
que está guardiado, hijo de puta.
vengeance flies beside me. I fly.
Armin Smith, shut the fuck up.
My sentiments precisely.
Mega kill!
Like that.
You know what? I just realized these two awards have a very similar. They're too close together. Oops.
The time has come. To battle. If I must. I am there. Not yet. You may the sky surrender to me. As you
Why doesn't my wave give vision?
battle. Vengeance flies beside me. I fly. Let my vengeance soar. My sentiments precisely. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column.
As you wish. I am not argue. The time has come. Faster.
Smoke or what? Did he just fucking start farming neutrals after I smoked him? Oh my
Your
god.
bottom tower is under attack.
As you wish.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower just took a dungeon. Unstoppable!
Okay, Sven, you don't help me, dude.
Wicked Double kill!
I do suffer fools.
Is Venge ever viable as a 3M? I don't know what that means. Hello, JT.
I'll take your tribute.
Huh, so I think they actually deordered this. Fuck, man. Hey, Kyle, everything in Dota 2 is situational.
Roshan has fallen to the dire!
I am there. Die. Sweet as vengeance.
Lots of farm top.
Wow! Your top tower is under attack!
Let me
Rally the troops and get over there! Your top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified.
The time is
He has dust sinking. Oh my god, I'm dead. Why did I even buy this mango? Useless. Hey Kyle, I know that you're looking for a black and white answer, but I cannot give it to you, dude. Sometimes you have Luna on your team and you want to play a 3 Drow because they have some passive farmer like Spectre. Sometimes, you know, you have Drow on your team and you have a right-clicking lineup like TA on your team as well as your mid and Drow as your safe lane, so then you want the Vengeful Spirit as a 3. I can't give you these black and white answers.
Ultra kill! They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Yo, Lagger, how you doing?
madre. Perra de mierda, no entiendo. Mucha gente con... Mario.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Someone ought to scramble in there and get the shiny bits. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
I am there. As you
Gold is a great conductor.
sentence precisely.
Oye, reconcha tu madre, usa tu war.
Shut the fuck up. Wah, wah. I actually really don't like my Peruvian teammates. Oh, I had enough money for my 4 staff, huh? Oh well.
How many times was the second race rolled? The time has come.
God, I hate these guys.
Let my vengeance soar. Four. If you insist. Vengeance flies beside me. As you wish.
I don't know what we're doing here.
Very well. Yes.
¡Yo soy Brillón!
The vengeance.
¡Qué mierda! Oye.
You want to talk about that?
Faster.
Qué basura es-
You want to talk about that? Oh,
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone.
Faster.
Your middle tower's under attack. Not what you expected. Your bottom
fucking already gone, man.
As you wish.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Yeah, I don't even have TP.
Yes.
Give SK tip for feeding.
You are mine.
Dire's structures are fortified. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Top tower's under attack. The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. The top tower has fallen. Huh? My favorite tower.
My TP scroll, dude. Oh, Courier died.
Killing spree.
One night, twice the damage.
Battle. Let my vengeance soar. Very well.
I need another item. But what is it going to be?
If you insist. With a vengeance.
Solar Crest. Okay.
Forward.
Man, I don't even have room for dust. Let's put down my wand.
I am not arguing. Very well. If you insist.
You have Daedalus. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fucking whiny ass bitch.
Forward.
Yes, you are.
I am there. Vengeance flies beside me. Faster! Let me stretch my wings. If I must.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
My sentiments precisely. The time has come. I fly.
Again, the sun warms my ribs.
Yes.
Oh my god, Matt! Holy shit. Holy shit. Sven's buyback cooldown 1.5 minutes. Didn't that guy who just subscribed get banned from my channel a while back? Is that a different guy? Right. Of course he did.
The top tower needs some help.
Victor, thanks for subscribing.
Faster. With a vengeance.
Actually, Sven is good. I think Sven's a good player. He's just a shit person. Watch Taba, thanks for subscribing.
The time has come.
Killing spree! The bottom tower is under attack. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
What the fuck is going on?
Double kills!
Fucking no mana, dude.
Your bottom barracks are under attack! Killing spree!
Wait, what? Did his smoke just pop? There's somebody nearby. Oh, Jesus. Where am I? Oh, there I am.
Unstoppable!
Sometimes in a fight, I don't know where my hero is, not gonna lie.
If you insist. A gift from the goddess. Faster. I am am there.
Glad you like the buyback, Vinny. Hello, Su Ming.
Enemy's middle tower is sacked. Enemy's middle tower is no more. Dire structures are fortified. The dire engine collapsed. All right in the world.
I already lose, I think. Hey. Ooh, Lantern of the Conjuring Sigil. Yep, let me trash talk this fan. Let's report this guy. Very toxic player. Ah. Thanks, Lulu. Hello, Danger. Yeah, report this guy, Jay. Also very toxic. Holy fuck, man. I stacked for this guy the whole fucking game, and all he does is complain, complain, complain. Jesus Christ, man. Alright, 5696 MMR. Sven, I hope you're on the enemy team. Somebody type in exclamation mark I. Oh, he is on the enemy team. Good.
Ooh, ooh, you get to ban someone.
Ban your fucking Sven,
5
bitch.
seconds left.
Who has the highest MMR in the world? You can look that up on the leaderboards, man.
Here, Meepo. What? Huh? 10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Your pick. This is when you win or lose.
Thanks, yeah, Dan. Glad you hope that I can get 6K soon. Which one is Sven from last game? It is purple. Kelton, I will fuck him up. Try my best. Begging for attention makes you look pathetic, by the way.
Pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yeah, in fact, we even have a command for people like you who just keep fucking begging for attention. Oh, there we go. Jason, I'm gonna try my best, man.
Traxxas here.
Thanks, Lulu.
It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
So be it. I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Hey, Jason, I'm curious why you think Vessel's a good counter for Spectre.
Death comes silently. Attack. Bite, Frost.
Seconds to battle.
So is that a 4-puck or a
Way
4?
ahead of you. That was my thought. Yes.
Let the battle begin.
Good enough.
Okay. Are your cards right? This week I'm done.
I'm ready to fly. Agreed. To battle. Arrow, fly. Silent as mist.
I like this line.
Feel my cold embrace. My bow is drawn.
Whoa, man!
Denied. My sentiments as well.
Oh God!
Faster than an arrow's flight.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight.
Forward. Arrow, find your target. I go in silence. Arrow, fly. quiver.
Good job, buddy.
Onward. Are you even trying? Very well. I go.
Don't worry, Lion, I give you Tango.
So be it. Silent as mist. Into the fray. Feel the frost. Feel the bite of frost. Fair trade. My bow is drawn.
Oh fuck. Accidentally cast TP.
My sentiments as well. My time has come. Forward. Way ahead of you. I shall nip my enemies. Yes. Agreed.
Yeah, we really should have blocked the large cam. Like, this lane is a stalemate, cause he got the Satyr on Holy Aura.
Death comes silently. Your money or you're dead. I'll cut a notch with my name on it.
Your bottom tower is under
Okay.
attack.
Emperor has been
That
bottom.
is my- Onward. Foundling's life is all a gift.
What a punk.
Faster than an arrow's flight.
Ruins.
Feel the frost. Good enough. I shall nip my enemies. To battle.
A prize.
Forward. Good enough. To battle. Onward.
Thanks.
So be it. Feel my cold embrace.
Emperor has been bottom.
Silent as mist. Way ahead of you. Very well. That is my thought. My bow is drawn. Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower.
Move, creeps.
Kinda
Jesus.
bad. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Agreed.
Oh, the Puck is the fucking Sand King from last game. He was whiny as
My
shit too.
sentiments as well. Very well. Way ahead of you.
Killing spree!
My bow, you die alone. Bite, frost.
Didn't he just reveal his award?
Arrow, fly.
Shaved in searing heat.
Silent as mist. My sentiments as well. Arrow, find your target. We go. Feel the vital frost. I go in silence.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Yes. So be it. To battle. Quiver. Forward. Good
Your
enough.
top tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! Your top tower needs some help.
Agreed.
Holy shit. Oh my god!
Top tower is under
Runes?
attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Way ahead of you.
What a bounty!
I'll take that.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd
My
be
bow is
pretty mad at you.
The prize is mine. Uh-huh.
Your middle tower is under
That
attack!
was my thought. Every little bit counts. Forward. To battle.
Hi, Andre. Long time no see.
Into the fray. Good enough. Your fate is sealed.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Mine.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
My sentiments as well.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Oh, Jesus. Kill him with kindness.
The top tower needs some help. tower is under attack.
Attack.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Who said that tower could fall?
Okay.
Agreed. Onward.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Oh shit.
Bite.
Is making game-winning arrows.
Feel the bite of frost.
Your top tower needs some help.
I go in silence.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Silent as mist.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ice shall nip my enemies. Yes. Way ahead of you.
I wouldn't be so sure yet, Jason.
Feel my cold embrace. Into the fray. So be it.
Around.
I go in silence.
Dominate!
There are some things you weren't meant to see, such as tomorrow.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Very well. Arrow, find your.
Goodbye, Batman.
That was my fault,
Mega kill! You better
Let me
poof
get
on
my
over
ass
to your
back.
bottom tower.
and then you can
This
die.
is one of the things in the bad card.
Yeah, that was a great buyback.
Feel the frost.
Can somebody stack the ancient?
Arrow, fly. I'll cut a knot with your name on it.
Money changes.
I'll take that. Silent as mist.
Your middle tower's under attack. What, not your job or something?
Quiver.
Your middle tower is under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Your middle tower's under attack.
Good enough. To battle. Arrow, fly. Denied.
World ends
My
now.
sentiments as
It
well.
matters not to me.
Shadowblade. My bow is drawn.
Unstoppable!
That was my thought. Attack. My
The
bow.
bottom tower is under attack.
Very well.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Death comes silently. Your fate is sealed.
Should I get Silver Edge now or Silver Edge later?
Way ahead of you. To battle. Forward. Feel the frost. I go in silence. My sentiments as well.
Even I can appreciate that.
Silent as mist. Good enough. Onward. So be it.
Allies disappear.
I go in silence. Good enough. As deep as forest shade. Attack.
Fire.
Way ahead of you.
I fucking missed my shit.
Killing spree. Killing spree. Dominate. Double kill.
Guys, I'm like 90% sure I'm not getting Lincoln's. And I know you guys are like, Lincoln's counters Doom.
Double kill.
And I understand that, but I just don't think... I don't respect Doom enough to try to devote an entire item just to counter him. Especially if you can just get some shitty... single target spell.
A prize. Silence.
Battle. So be it. Very well. Silent. as
Come on, so,
mist.
nobody help me?
Death comes silently. Another put down. Forward. That was my thought. Onward. Yes. My bow is drawn. Agreed.
Oops.
My sentiments as well. So be it.
Invisibility.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Does anybody know if Doom's Infernal Strike is dodgeable? Or does it have True Strike?
My bow is strung. Onward. Very well.
How about we just do Roshan? What do you think about Roshan?
Enough. An easy shot.
Oh fuck that. That may have given us away.
Roshan has fallen to the dire. The top tower is under attack.
My sentiments as well.
We can try after this. We can.
Go in silence.
Your top tower is under attack.
To battle.
Sorry, Vex, thanks for subscribing.
Agreed. Forward. I'll take that.
Amber's TPing bottom to try to kill this Mars.
Quiver.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe I should have TP'd bottom to help him.
Arrow. Find your target.
Your bottom
I
tower is
shall
under
not
attack.
my enemies.
Radiant fortified their structures.
My
Pretty good
bow
move if you ask me. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Yes.
Man, did I TP bottom for nothing? 25-minute runes.
Silent as mist. Way ahead of you.
Man, this Ember's like almost back up already. Jesus.
Yes. Into the fray. It's not time yet. It's not time yet. Bite, Frost.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Good enough. Forward. Your fate is sealed. My bow is drawn. Chill out.
Mid. Mid. You guys want to go for Ember? I'm going for mid.
Feel the bite of
Top
frost.
tower needs some help.
Stun him, dude.
Enemy tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Your top tower is under attack.
Not yet. Quiver.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. That'll show him.
Wow.
Bite Frost.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Top tower is under attack.
Okay, we can go bottom.
Just stand behind you.
Attack. Exactly where the arrow fired has fallen. That was my fault. I'm blown out.
Why don't I have any help at all? Everyone just stand and watch?
Double kill. Hey, your bottom tower just got denied. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
That was just a wrong.
30-minute runes are what's up?
Very well.
Oh my god, my positioning's not good.
Pathetic well.
Keep running a line.
Killing spree.
Fight, 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 fight!
Get out there.
Very well. My bow is strung. To battle.
Are we able to push mid?
Go in
Oh, can I get a
silence.
DD? Can we go like this?
Double damage.
Big prize.
Death comes silently. Arrow fly. My sentiments
No
as
haunt.
well.
I need vision.
Maybe it called in the fortifications.
Silence missed. Onward. That was my thought.
Yeah, battle pass is supposed to be today, guys.
I'll cut a knot.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Good enough. My bow is drawn. Feel my cold embrace. Agreed. Forward.
We are trying.
Two man's no BTB. Should fight
Way
though.
ahead of you. So be it.
Wait for draws BTB.
Illusion.
Yes.
You're gonna have Radiance for the next fight.
Yes. Black King Bar. Into the fray.
Wait, can we end the game? Are you able to end the game?
Retract your last move.
Yeah, it's not mine. Still up.
You don't have Haunt, right? Did they use Haunt just now? Why don't we just run like this?
My bow is drawn.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Yes, Radiant.
Yeah, I think we just end the game.
Way ahead of you.
Yo, Puck, can you come?
You're
The enemy's top tower has fallen. You better flip on over to your bottom tower. Dominate!
good enough.
It's just the Spectre by himself.
As well.
You better flip on over to your bottom tower.
To battle.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This isn't gonna work. Yeah, fuck, work.
Yeah, maybe not. Hey, help me! Don't let me die.
So be it.
Stay near.
Get out.
Silent as mist.
Can you get the illusion?
That is my thought.
Hey, you gotta hit it, Mirana. We don't have time. Who got the Aegis? Okay.
It's fine.
Serious. Oh my god.
Silent as
Wow.
good enough.
The Spectre's over here.
Killing spree.
You took that step too far.
Onward. My will.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
So be it. It's not time yet. Forward.
Unstoppable! Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Bitch.
Yes. My thanks.
I don't know, it depends on you guys.
I
Hey,
shall
hey,
meet
stay
my
with me,
enemies.
Vlad. I don't know. No, if you wanted to do that, we should have done that earlier. It's okay.
That was my thought. May the drow keep you safe. Butterfly. Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you.
Maybe I'll have a nap.
So be it. Silent as mist. Attack. I go in silence.
Ban that guy.
Arrow fly.
Man, my personality is bad. Yours must be fucking worse.
Quiver.
Apparently I'm not allowed to trash talk people that trash talk me.
Cut a knot with
That's a
your
good one, man.
bullet.
Shadows, take us.
Yes.
We're a little split right now.
Feel the frost.
Double kill.
We hardly knew you. Just as well. That was me.
Whoa! God, triple kill.
Only die. My heart is strong. I shall meet my enemies.
Fucking bitch!
Moving around.
Agreed.
Look out!
Feel my cold embrace.
And his name is John C.
Hi, Snowpoop. It's okay. I just want to win the game. GG, guys. That's right, Jason. I got him. Oh. See? That guy fucking shut his mouth. The stream ain't worth the time? That's funny because there's hundreds of people watching. And you're the only one acting like a piece of shit, yeah, Dav. Let me guess, that's your real name, right? I think most people would agree that a good revenge story makes pretty good entertainment. Dumb piece of shit. No, you can only report players once, I think like every week or something like that. Oh, I don't think you can report like that, guys. Can you? Is that how it works? I don't think you can report like that. Yeah, you can't report. I already report. Man, I carried the shit out of that game, eh? Did way better than I thought I would. This guy fucking trash talked me the entire last game. I fucking bought like all the wards for the longest time. I fucking stacked so many camps for him and he just trash talked me the whole time. So you know what? This time he's on the enemy team and I fucking smashed him. Yeah, actually my entire team deserves commends except for the puck. If Spectre was on my team again, what about that? What would happen? Well, I would just play normally. Well, I mean, we both want MMR, so unless we both want to destroy our items and run down mid, you know? Yeah, you can see the scoreboard. Yeah, I'm 5.7k. Thanks, Jason. Feels good, doesn't it, Kathund? Hey, was that your Dav guy? Did he get banned yet? Hey man, you see how everyone else is having a good time except for you? You know what that means? It means you're the fucking piece of shit and the problem. Bitch. Yeah, explain that. Yeah, and no, I don't really blame the Puck's decisions. He has different opinions than us. Sometimes he didn't push with us, and we may or may not have been making the right calls. But I respect his decisions. But I don't respect his personality, though. Oh, GG guys. Fucking bitch. Hey, yeah, you're asking me what's the lowest rank in Immortal. Have you ever considered just checking the leaderboards? Dota2.com/leaderboards. I don't know the answer to your question for the record. Hello, Fenrir. It's going pretty well, man. On a little bit of a winning streak. Yeah, that line was really good. I fed twice in the laning phase. Want to see the Dota Plus performance? Man, yeah, sure, man. So they were actually winning for about half the game. Yeah, they were beating us early game. They outdrafted us. Farm stayed about the same. I think they probably also have the better late game, but we just outplayed them. Hello, Jeff. I'm good. How are you? Hey guys, if I missed your comment, just type it again, okay? Oh yeah, Jason, anti-blue glasses. No, my monitor and Windows has built-in function for that now. Satisfying, ain't it? Smashing a trash truck? Oh yeah, for sure, man. Is he on the enemy team? Oh, he's not.
Whose ban is it? Oh, yours.
Uh-oh. I have 3 Devons on my team.
5 seconds left. Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Seconds.
What should I play?
5 seconds left.
Oh, we have a Crystal Maiden. I'm not gonna roll for carry. You're making the assumption that I even want to play carry. Guys, do you guys have hero requests? No? You can make donations to see your hero request. Oh, I was thinking about playing Shadow Shaman.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Hello, BJ.
Okay, your pick now.
Glad you guys enjoy
You
Lion.
know what to do.
Glad you guys like the Lion items.
Your pick. This This is where you win
Oh, man.
or lose.
Hi, Tim. What the fuck, what? Hi, Jomar. Ooh, Lone Druid. I haven't seen this hero in a long time. Well, let's give Lone Druid a single tango. Crystal Maiden, buy some support stuff. You can't conclude it's Pango mid when you haven't even seen the 5th pick yet, man. Wait, we have... Oh god, I have this guy muted. We have Safe Lane Miranda? Oh my goodness. Who is this guy I have pre-muted? No idea who he is. Buoyant Baguette.
You summon the demon witch.
My Crystal Maiden, don't be AFK.
Prowling.
Fortune and glory await.
This one is in the bag.
Buy wards, dude.
Verily. Oh yes. It's in the bag. Yes. It's not time yet. It's not time yet.
30 seconds to showtime. Watch the door before the battle starts. So get cracking.
I might regret this later.
Oh, hell yes.
Heads up, we're back.
Yes.
Oh, god damn it. Almost got the block in.
Verily. I'll take that. I grow like the devil. Why not? Oh, hell yes.
Oh, come on, man. Just keep going.
Yes.
Die as mine.
No, you don't have to go in on this.
Battle rages. Dark hell with you.
He has fairy fire.
I've got a power grip. You even watching your top tower?
Fight him, fight.
No more of you. Reclaim your honor.
Maybe fortified destructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Oh, is that gonna kill him? Oh, the happy tree! What the fuck? He's just playing the fire.
Oh, hell yes.
God, I hate this faggot hero.
How do you really feel?
Yes.
I'm gonna murder everybody. Like Dota to unwind. Otherwise, I really will go down the block with a shot of soccer.
Oddly specific.
To hell and back. I go like a dog. Yes.
Oh, no! Okay, good.
Oh, hell yes. To hell and back. Why not?
Hey, 5-minute ruins.
Yes. Monkey changes. The lion's heart. Hell cannot.
Oh, please die. I'm not sure that was worth it.
I'll not be tricked. Where's the fight? Forward. Yes.
Oh man.
Yes. Wow. Why not?
kill this guy, please? Use Shroud.
Killing spree.
Oh man, it's too late.
Oh, hell yes.
Just kidding, you didn't use Shroud. Haha.
It's just a prank, bro. I don't have mana.
Like me killing people.
He has Omni Slash too. Yeah.
Dire structures are fortified.
My bear's dead. Bye, bear.
Bye.
Hello, bear.
Killing spree.
What the fuck?
Verily. Yes. Where's the fight? To hell and back.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Shakalaka.
Oh, Jug panicked.
Oh, hell yes.
Come here, Tom. Do a kill.
Okay. Hey, hey, Doom fight, Doom fight.
What is this guy doing? Bye. Hello.
Why not?
Goodbye.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Boom.
Why does everyone run to me?
It's because you're ugly.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Right, Captain
Giant's
Obvious.
putting up a barricade.
Well, you asked the question, I simply answered. 10-minute runes.
Why not?
Come on, Shroud. Come on, Root, you stupid fucking bear. You're worth my fucking cow, Root. Root.
Yeah, you tell him, man. You tell him.
Fucker.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dig in and defend
Help.
that sucker. Dominate.
Get him. Get him.
To hell.
Mega kill. Double kill.
Easiest fucking game of my life.
Verily. Yes. Prowling.
Spoil that.
I stun, I stun, I
Tower
stun.
needs some help. Rally the troops or get on edge.
You lived. Death to all betrayers. Yes.
Wow. I know, I know.
Let's get tower.
Look, the enemy's
Go.
attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Prowling.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
The fuck, man?
I think you're dead.
Who's dead?
You.
I look pretty alive to me.
Man, you
Not a
respawned
doctor or
really
anything.
fucking fast. How the fuck did you do that?
towers under attack.
Building.
Oh, dude wants to kill.
My favorite game.
Yeah, you pop your ultimate on that Shadow Shaman.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Dominate. This time, I've brought hell back with me.
Why is the city is chasing me like he's gonna kill me?
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, I don't understand.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, yes. I'll put the squeeze on you.
Please no.
Why not?
Go fight.
This one stacked too? I think it did.
Your top tower is under attack.
We doomed the Necro every fight we win. Necro is their biggest.
They see the moonlight, by the way.
Not there.
That devil.
Top tower is under attack.
Man, I fucking miss these creeps every time.
Unstoppable.
Yes.
Knew it.
To hell and back.
Mega kill. Dominating. Wicked sick.
Everyone just runs from me. I don't understand.
Oh, like I said earlier, man, you're just ugly.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Attack.
Unstoppable.
This is easy game. Hitting buildings. Favorite game.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hell yes.
Get the runes.
Yes, sir.
I go like the devil. Money changes hands. Yes.
Say it more flamboyant, please.
Would you just stay more flamboyant?
Oh, yes.
What the?
Enemy's bottom tower's gone.
Oh, I've got Blink
Nice,
Dagger.
right?
Verily.
Camp here. Camp here. Just wait for these fuckers to
Oh,
come out.
hell yes.
They have a word here, dude. They just ran away like that.
Why not?
They definitely have a word here. Camp with me, please.
Where's the fight?
Stay here. That's all we do. It's a fly spot, man. Just spawn. Just camp here. Because I farm their lane and don't go here.
Where's the fight?
What if they never come?
Shadows. Take
Yes.
I'm coming with Blink Dagger.
Hells yes. To hell.
Hey,
Wicked sick.
running over. Oh, sorry, man. I thought I had Hex.
he just ult? Oh.
Yep. Dude. Okay, that check's good. Good.
Monster kill! I go like the devil. Forward.
I might hex this Nyx assassin in a sec.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing.
Hitting building, my favorite game.
Alright, let's just get back.
Verily. Yes.
I go like the devil.
This guy like doesn't play support or something like that. If you put sentry first, you might find out if they have wards or not.
Oh, hell yes.
English only, and stop saying stupid shit. Alright, Indonesian boy.
Kill this guy.
Vanish.
Yes.
Alright, running over. They see two of us top, they know we're split. Just saying.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Yeah, we can Roshan. It's a very good time.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
To hell and back.
Spike! Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, whoops, he didn't miss Roshan like my ex-teammate.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Right? I don't know how he fucking did it. He fucking did.
Better pull up on over to your bottom tower. Roshan has fallen to the radiant. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, these 20-minute runes are almost up.
I'll get bottom runes with my big trusty companion. The only thing I trust in this world.
I think it's the only thing in this world that likes you.
Well, that's the only thing that can stand the sight of me.
Oh shit, we put down two sentries at the same time.
To hell and back.
Hey, dude, we can kill this guy. I have blink. Oh, you should let me go first. Where'd he go? Damn it, Doom. This Doom is very questionable, man. Earlier he cast Doom on the Shadow Shaman.
Yes.
Like I said, Necro is more important to Doom. Like if you Necro Doom, oh,
This guy's gonna TP. If he TPs, I'm
try
gonna.
to stop the
Oh.
spin. I think it was stupid, but whatever.
Yeah, I am still watching. He's already dead.
Not fair! A trusty companion that I love!
Wait, is there backdoor protection?
Forward.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
What the? I don't have any more wards, just saying. Shmaine does.
Oh, yes.
What?
Said you're ugly.
fortified.
Who is the Aegis anyways? How did I miss that guy? Oh fuck, I stunned nothing.
I go like the devil.
You know, if you carry a TP on your bear can TP back to base and then get full HP.
Or I could have a creep wave, but somebody keeps killing it!
Who did that?
I love this game. Look at hitting buildings.
Yeah, me too.
Hitting buildings is the greatest game in the world.
Oh fuck, wrong item.
Get you. Knocking down that
Drop your item again. You won't do it, pussy. You
Mama didn't raise no pussy.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Let's trade. Your boots are better.
Alright.
Alright.
Turned into a pile of rocks.
Yeah, you know what? I bet you don't have the balls to deny my item. You're not willing to do it?
Middle barracks are just a sweet memory.
Yeah.
No, I bet you won't do it.
Middle barracks has
You will
fallen.
not deny my item.
Shadows take us.
Hell's gates swing.
Your boots aren't moving fast enough. You fucking suck.
Wow, if only you had your boots there, you could run away.
Time to take matters into my own hand. Almighty money. Oh, hell yes. Verily.
The bottom tower is
Oh yeah, who saved you? I saved you. Who saved you? I saved you.
Forward.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
To hell and back.
God, I'm so slow.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Why not? To hell with you. Yes. I grow like the devil.
Dire structures are fortified.
They're all back already, huh?
Yes.
The prize is mine.
Yes.
I need a creep wave so I can heal my bear, please. Don't kill the creep wave.
Hell's fury.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oops.
If only I wasn't so slow.
The enemy's top barracks is full. Goodbye to the enemy's
GG and
mega creeps. Put your back into it. This one's almost done.
I don't care. You think I care? You think I care about this game?
The enemy's middle tower
Oh. Oh, I'm gonna die to Nyx Assassin in a second. You roar like a little bitch.
The dire agent collapsed. All right in the world.
Ugh. Easy mid, by the way. Gray got hit by like 30 years. Wait, Gray is the Shadow Shaman, right? Wait, whose color is who? Oh man, today's. Oh man, look at this beautiful win streak, guys. Oh yeah. Look at this beautiful. There we go. Ah, so many green. 13 MMR. Thanks for not skipping the commercial, man. Now you watch that commercial. You make me some money. Hello, Junyi. How's Singapore? Hey, Junyi, I might be in Southeast Asia again. Maybe Thailand, Vietnamish. Wanna come visit me? Come visit the old boy Blue Span. What am I drinking? Vodka. You can check out the amount of kills? Yeah, but I have more assists. You know what that means? It means my dick's bigger. Oh, they were winning the early game. Interesting. How big is my monitor? Well, Tundra, if you just look in the description of stream, you'll see the exact model. But to answer your questions for future references, 25 inches. When is the battle pass coming out? Today. I can't leave Singapore. I'm in army and leave is a sign not applied. Oh. Wah wah. What's the name of the song I'm playing? It's called Dragon Age Inquisition Tavern Music. YouTube it. And if you need to hear what I just said again, rewind the stream. This guy was in the last game. I think I have this guy pre-muted, yep.
Papi, voy a HC, me chupas bien la pinta.
Oh shit. Shit, he's speaking Spanish.
Papi, eres tú de nuevo.
Oh, he's speaking Spanish too!
Ah, sí, loco.
No!
Ya te muestro la
Viene
piedra.
5 habla. O vas 4. Bueno, iré mid, por lo que veo.
Oh god.
Ahora te voy a mostrar la piedrita.
Aparte de Serrano homosexual, no jodas, ¿no?
Your turn to pick
Oh my god!
wisely.
Shut up!
10 seconds.
My prayers are answered!
Okay, your pick now.
It's okay, Fenrir, there's nothing to translate. There's nothing to translate. Hello, Risano.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
What's with the blue orb? Type an exclamation mark I. I is an eyeball.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Hey, Monkey, is it because you think that you're better than your team? This music is Dragon Age Inquisition Tavern music. Did I watch Liquid versus EG? No, I haven't seen any pro games in a very long time.
Your pick now. Repo.
Farming for 30 minutes is not boring, right? Look at me, I'm anti-Mitch. Look at me hit these creeps. Oh yeah, look how good I hit these creeps, as opposed to support heroes running around ganking shit, rotating, defending mid, smoking and warding, all that shit. Man, that's your definition of fun? Oh Jesus.
I am the medium between the worlds. Yes. It is in the bag. Prepare for battle. As the shades direct. I go. You are heard. So say the spirits.
Oh my god, look how many premiums I have, guys. Alright. These are just pre-muted.
Ponme la pinga, chaman. Rocky.
Nada, tranquilo, nada, tranquilo.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Rocky plus, Rocky.
God, man.
Vamos a salir. Regenera, no regenera. No regenera. Mira, atrás, mira, al Abaddon, al Abaddon.
Está bien, está bien, está bien, está bien.
Al Abaddon, al Abaddon.
And back to me we go.
Lol. Ya, déjalo, déjalo. Para rastrear nomás.
Holy shit! Wow, man. God damn it! Oh man, my fairy fire.
More fuel for my fire.
Dude, man. Oh my god, this Abaddon is just destroying us. I think this guy has been rude before, hasn't he?
Dale.
Slightest toxic comment. Yeah, next time he says anything dumb or toxic at all, just ban. Straight up. Job, Ryle. No, I'm pretty sure he has been. Dude, oh man, Abaddon is just destroying us.
Denied.
Un toque, mi botella está llegando. Dale, dale. Estoy baiteando. Pero para que le metas esa guada en la entidad y me llega abajo.
Do you have a wand yet? Yeah, he's got a wand.
El ave, por favor, el ave, el ave. Puta madre. Déjame la ronda abajo, déjame esa ronda, déjame.
The middle tower is under attack.
Where's my... Oh, dude. My Lena's gone!
Killing spree.
Oh my god.
Look, the enemy's attacking.
Okay,
the
good.
middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Easy. Oh, this Lena's not paying attention at all.
Devuélvete un centauro, weón.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight.
Píngara.
That wasn't too.
Le volví vulnerable, Rol. Un guardcito para poder ver la runa.
Oh, I think Luna saw that. Fuck.
Uy, la runa está arriba, yo está bajando. ¿Me esperas? ¿Me regenero? Sí, sí.
How is that easy courier? What was so easy about that courier? Hello, genius. Hey, Xing Shang, I've won every game today. Dude. Okay, might be dead. You're welcome, Tundra. See you later, man.
Okay, whoa. The tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Your middle tower's under attack. Radiant called in the fortification.
Just wait, man.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
God, man. Okay.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Allie, the troops
So
are
what's going on
down.
bottom? Oh, okay.
You better flip on over to your bottom tower. Dire structures are fortified.
I don't have boots, man. this fucking Abaddon, dude.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is falling.
Run, 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 run.
Killing spree. Bottom tower is under attack. I have seen the other side.
Did Doom get the money for that? I wonder.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Need some fucking wards.
I go.
I hear and obey.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad. Radiant fortified your structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Give this guy.
Top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower. Radiant structures are fortified.
I hear and obey.
Are you even watching your top tower?
I go. I hear.
English only, please. You are here, Imam, so what?
I accept. Shade, guide me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You are first.
What the fuck? Oh my god, okay. Man, what's that supposed to mean? Holy shit, she missed her stun.
Top tower needs some help.
I'll just leave you.
Maybe need to put down some words. You guys got no mana.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
As you wish. Of course. Granted. I hear. Shade, guide me. spirit moves me. So say the spirit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I accept your guidance.
Hi, Haku. I don't know, guys. Team-minute ruins.
You are heard. Yes. Granted. I hear and obey. Does it please you? As you wish. I go. I accept. As the shades direct.
Set in stone.
I go. I accept. Go.
More fuel for my fire.
Black well, my pet.
You better
Hey man, put down wards,
push your
dude.
bottom tower.
Are we gonna push this? Oh my god.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a
Oh,
mile
my
around.
wards.
I mean, your bottom tower's gone.
So say the spirits. Does it please you? You are heard. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
As the shades direct.
We don't have enough people, guys.
The spirit moves. I accept your guidance.
Oh my god, dude. So he has vision like here or something like that.
Enemy bottom tower has fallen. Double kill. Mega kill. Tower is under attack.
Buyback for nothing.
Yes.
Dire's putting up a barricade. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Shades, guide me.
Top tower needs some help.
As the shades direct.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Please, TB. We suck dick, dude.
Unstoppable.
Hey Lee, do you have credit card or PayPal?
Top barracks are under attack.
Thanks for trying, dude.
Top barracks.
Get me out of this game. I'm gonna play this here.
kill.
I don't know, man. Their 5-man's just so much better than ours.
Granted. I accept. I go.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Go. I accept your
Your
guidance.
middle tower's under attack.
Oh, I accidentally glyphed for nothing. Or was that me?
Yes.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Ah! Oh! As it pleases. I hear. You are heard.
Sean James guy's kind of a cunt.
The spirit moves me.
Stun? Stun what?
Moves me.
Who stuns?
As the shades direct. Granted. As you wish. I go.
Hey, can you guys just stop backseat gaming? I know all of you guys are smart people with solutions to this game, but it's not really that simple. It's not like you just buy dust, easy, Ricky, GG. It's not like that, guys.
You are heard. Shades guide me. I accept.
Goodbye, Roshan. See you soon.
Beat you like a drum.
When's the merchandise coming out? I don't know, man.
Yes. So say the spirit. I hear. As it pleases. I hear and obey. I summon my war.
Is this Luna really gonna survive? Wow. Alright, I think I'm done with this game.
Double kill. Monster kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
Holy shit.
Not yet worthy to go beyond the hill.
Killing spree.
I don't want to play this game anymore. Don't think we can win.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey, Snail Poop, did you check into the place in Thailand
I hear and obey.
for me? They have sentries here. They deward my ward.
As it pleases. I go. I accept.
shrine is under attack.
You smoked?
So say the spirit.
Oh, get me out of this game.
As the shades direct.
See you later, Kyle.
You are heard.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I am here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As you wish.
Okay, Snow Poop, thanks.
The spirit moves me. Ah, Moto Atik, I find you. That's your tiger. Shade, guide me. I accept. The spirit moves me. So say I fall for you.
You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong. Oh, you are kidding
My
yourself.
work here is not yet done.
Double kill.
Yeah, get me out of this game. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, be right back.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your ancient is under attack. He ain't lying. The radiant ancient is nothing but rubble. Dire, take it all the way. No!
Ugh. Thanks, Lulu. LOL, I actually won. I won what? Are you fucking one game behind on the stream or something? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Fantastic Baby. I don't know how that's a funny joke. You actually won. Yes, I did. Yeah, I played like shit. I'm 0-12 for sure. I don't know, man. Doom, Earth Spirit, Shadow Shaman versus Morphling, Abaddon, Luna. Oh god, you know what? I think that matchup depends entirely on the Earth Spirit. Like if he can land good rolls and good kicks, then maybe we have a chance. But otherwise, it's just so hard, dude. Like this Abaddon completely counters me in lane. Like Shadow Shaman's biggest strength is that he has Shackle, right? And his right clicks are pretty decent too, right? But like Abaddon's Aphotic Shield just completely counters the Shackles, and he just keeps running at us, and he denies himself, and he just miscoils over and over. Like, and we can't take down the Morphling either. Luna's running around with boots, can't really kill Luna. Like, I don't know. The lane was just shit. I think I don't know, if Doom had gotten the purple neutral creep, maybe we can just maybe we can have a stalemate in the lane. Like we just stay around Doom and we regenerate like what, 4 or 5 HP per second. And then we don't have to try to make kills. We just farm. I think that's the best we could have hoped for, but we can't really kill them because of the Abaddon. Morphling, like he's just so fucking tanky in lane. You try to kill him and he just starts switching over to strength, and he's got this Abaddon healing him. Don't you think Dota should add more sets to Dota Plus? Yeah, I mean, what am I gonna say? No, Dota Plus should not add more sets that I could buy, right? Why do you stream on YouTube instead of Twitch? There's too much competition on Twitch. I'm not gonna give up. Okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, this Darkseer, I'm not saying it's TV's fault, but Darkseer was way more farmed than the TB. Like, if you look at 10 minutes, it was a 1 versus 1 between Darkseer versus TB. TB has 3.9, Darkseer's got 5 point something. So, top loss, bottom loss, mid drew even. So, I mean, the scheme was kind of over from the beginning. I actually did suggest that Doom goes safe lane to fight the Darkseer. It might have been okay. I'm not really sure. But then Abaddon just runs at TV. That's not really good either. It was Necrophos mid. Necrophos mid. Who can lean against Necrophos? What we also could have done was you could put Lina in the safe lane. We put Doom mid versus the Necrophos. Doom, Lina safe lane, Doom Necrophos. No, even that's not good. Yeah, I don't really know how we can win two out of the 3 of our lanes. I know we can't win all of them, but we only, like, we didn't win any lanes. We drew tie mid and then we lost 2 lanes. Yeah, maybe the picks are wrong. Like Doom traditionally does well against Darkseer though, because he can just eat the Ion Shelled creep. So what if we... Okay, here's maybe what we could have done. We could have put TB against Necrophos mid. TB will lose. TB will lose against the Necrophos, and that's okay. They can just trade farm. Necrophos will win by a bit. That's okay. Darkseer can lane against the Doom, and they would have traded even as well. Oh fuck, it's a TB again.
And their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah. And
This guy's a piece of shit. Know him.
5 seconds left.
So TB against Necrophos mid, and then we put the Doom against the Darkseer, and then we try lane Lina, Shadow Shaman, Earth Spirit, and that way we have so much kill potential in the top lane. English only, thanks. Thanks for neat.
Seconds.
Man, stop talking about stupid random shit that no one gives a fuck about.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Seconds. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Battle Pass 2019? I don't understand your question. Polina, hey. Who the fuck is mid? Bat Rider mid? No, it's Mars mid, Bat Rider off lane, Razor safe lane. Okay. Is there a shoulder? Immortal shoulder? What's that?
It's in the bag.
Yes.
Hello, Casey.
I go like the blazes. Time to hot foot it. It's in the bag.
Seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Quick. Yes. To battle. Heat wave.
The battle's started. remember. You got a job to do.
Burn 'em up.
Yes.
Swelter.
First blood!
Our things. First blood. It was
Oh, yeah.
ours all along.
Oh, it's Razor Maid, huh? Interesting.
Like a
お
wild.
前はもう死んでいる。何？
Like a wildfire.
Come on, use courier, man. You're fucking dying already, dude.
Quick. On it.
Use courier, use courier. Oh, there it is, guys.
To battle. Yes.
Here comes Dyer's plucky little courier. Oops, it's dead.
Oh yeah. Time to hot.
Get my arrows back. And then you can.
Thanks,
die.
bro.
You're welcome.
Yes.
How's Omni Knight doing top?
I'm going.
I think I'll gank bottom real quick and I'll go top.
I go like the blazes.
Oh, there's this haste rune here. I'm gonna
Heat
grab haste.
wave.
I'm gonna grab this haste and I'm gonna come bottom.
Can't outrun a wildfire. Yes. Time to hot things.
What the fuck? Can we go on the same target?
Fire away. I'm going. Like a wildfire.
Wow.
Slash and burn.
Oh boy, you should get back, man.
Yes. I go like the blazes.
YUG? Fuck you. Try to help this guy and he just feeds. I'm not gonna bother.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh? Okay, where were we?
Go jungle, fucking bitch. Hey man, go jungle, okay?
Oh yeah.
You think I care?
To battle. Open fire. Oh, that's hot. Burn a path. On it. Heat wave. Quick. Oh yeah. Time to hotfoot it. I go like the blazes. Burn them all. On it. Like a
Just
wildfire.
what the doctor ordered.
Yes. Money to burn. Burn a path.
You act like I care, man. You think I care?
I'm going.
We have some mana.
To battle.
You think I care?
Yes. Bring in the heat. Quick. Yes. I'm not ready. I'm under attack. Heat wave. I'm going.
Dire structures are fortified.
I go like the blazes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Denied. To battle.
Top tower is under attack.
On it. Oh yeah.
You're not fit to fight in my war.
You even
See how the Omni jungle goes.
Purified.
A fucking baby.
Back to by fire.
What should I do next? Let's go wand. One of these.
your top tower is
So
under attack.
who's bottom?
Time to hotfoot it.
I'll be bottom.
Scorch. Yes. Yes. Fire away. Getting warmer. On it. I'm going. Denied.
Killing spree.
I go like the blazes.
Your top tower needs some help. This is one of the things in the bad card. Dominating! Double kill!
Bring in the heat.
Nice, nice, nice.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
A couple of friends will probably stop that.
Not yet.
Oh!
Dig in and defend that sucker.
Oh my god! I'm dead.
Wow, better to burn out than fade away.
Oh, Jesus.
Tower is under attack. whole bottom tower. It's kind of bad.
Stoke those flames. I'm coming.
Undying bottom.
Time to hotfoot it. Burn a path.
This is the second time he did that.
To battle. Warms my heart.
Okay,
going.
I'm here.
Yes.
Hey, runes.
I'll take that.
The prize is mine. Like a wildfire. Open fire.
Hey, Ramel, I will unban you
Yes.
if you do not act toxic towards anybody.
Time to hotfoot it. Burn a path. Quick.
Top tower needs some help. You gotta do something.
Oh, fuck, we
about
should have
it.
helped
Just
him, huh?
sit there looking funny. Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. The top tower is under attack. The troops and get over there. Kill.
Fire out. Has been iron.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, buddy.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, man. Oh. Okay.
The top tower needs a killing spree. Oh, and better be something important. Killing spree.
I die.
Oh, now here comes the racism. Well, he denied the bounty rune earlier, as I was trying to grab it, so we know what kind of person he is.
Let's heat things up.
Okay, Ramel, I'll unban you later.
Over till the last building falls.
I was in your lane for like 30 seconds, you fucking baby.
Like a wildfire.
Can you get everything you want in life? Mommy and daddy give you everything, right? Let me know if I'm wrong.
Time to hotfoot it. I'm going. Burn a path.
Trespasser.
Yes. Quick.
Your top tower is under attack. Shire's doing that glowing thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done.
To battle. Heat wave. Oh yeah. Time to hotfoot it. Slash and burn. I go like the blazes. I'm going.
Yeah, I don't care either.
Burn a path.
the Eminence have omniscience.
Yes.
I don't care. Oh shit! There's a Bat Rider here.
Yes.
Oh man.
Over.
He even has haste, dude.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Thanks for the warm reception.
Killing spree. Double kill.
My flame will strike.
Killing spree.
Oh yeah.
Your phase ends.
Good job, Chris.
Heat wave.
May the drow keep you safe.
Thanks. Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
Time to hot foot.
Thanks for doing the fucking bare minimum, you fucking bitch.
It's not time yet.
Oh shit, John needs help.
Burn a path. To battle. Burn them all. Not yet. It's not time yet.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle
Are you sure you
tower.
wanna fight me? Oh shit! One more hit! One more hit!
I'm
Your middle
going.
tower is under attack.
Like a wildfire.
We can win this
Your middle
game.
tower's under attack.
Yes.
Just play the game,
Your
okay?
middle
Thanks.
tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your tower's gone. You done good.
Waves for deathbed.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Alien called in the fortification. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Oh, I see a ban.
Your middle tower has.
Hey man, just remember this. If I'm a noob,
Firebrand.
but I'm immortal and I'm better than you, so that makes you fucking worse than me.
Oh yeah.
Just think about that for a second.
Attack.
Yeah, no, it's...
Spree.
Heat wave. Temperature rising. Warms my heart. Time to hot foot it.
You got 3 lane 2019.
To battle. Like a wildfire.
What did Omni do? I came at minute 3 just to help him, you know, because I was helping mid and I was helping bottom the whole time. So I came top for 1 wave, and he's like, "Can you leave my lane?" And I'm like, "I could."
Like the blazes.
He's like, "That's it, I'm jungling." That was basically it.
Invisibility.
Burn a
That was all it took.
Burn 'em up.
Yeah, see, look, this is what he did.
Quick.
Yep.
On it.
People like him should be shot. Oh, I don't know about that, but damn, this guy's harsh, dude.
I go like the blazes. Fire away. Quick.
So fucking useless.
Dominating.
I'm going.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Take that.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
This is like the third time this entire game that he's tried to do that.
Seriously.
Third or fourth.
Like a wildfire.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Run it back.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Divine scepter.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Yes. Heat wave.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Quick.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Killing spree.
I'm going.
Hey, your bottom barracks bad news about your bottom barracks. Dire structures.
Man, I am so unimpressed.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
To battle.
Your bottom barracks is falling. Mega kill!
Time to hot. Heat wave. I'm under attack. On it.
Yeah, I'm not very impressed with my last two teams.
Yes. Attack.
Wow. See, like I said, you know, I'm not very impressed with these guys.
Yes.
How does he have this ability already? Maybe I should use myself.
Your top shrine is under attack.
We could have won this game easily. We were winning the early game.
I'm not resting till there's nothing left.
Ah.
Like a wildfire. Time to hot foot.
Yeah, he can't say anything because he knows it's fucking true. He probably muted everyone. They're all wrong. I'm right. They don't understand.
Quick. Oh yeah.
Roshan's dead. You have a
Hey Cass, I was totally willing to give it to him. He's like, "Can you leave?" in caps and stuff. Right? I was like, "Yes, I could." And then he's like, "I'm jungling." Like I didn't even say that I was leaving or not leaving. I simply just said that I could leave. And then he's like, "I'm jungling." Okay, man, go ahead. You think that I care?
Your top shrine is under attack.
I'm going.
Your top shrine is under attack.
To
Your top
I didn't say
shrine is
shit,
under
yeah.
attack.
Yeah, I could leave. I was thinking about it. I was like, yeah, you know, you could have it lane if you want. I mean, I was doing fine mid and bottom.
Burn a path.
But yeah, he just went fucking full baby, you know. So there's not a whole lot you can do about that, you guys.
Quick.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen. This is why we can't have nice things.
Like a wild
We got outplayed, nothing else. Okay. You realize that we were winning the entire early game, right? And most of mid game, Archibald. You realize that, right? Without the Omni Knight.
I'm going.
Imagine what we could have done if Omni Knight was there. Outplayed? What?
On it.
That's an insult to everyone except for Omni.
Prize is mine.
Outplayed? You're fucking
yeah.
kidding me.
Dominate! Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. I guess they built on a fault line.
Yes.
Get me out of this game. I should just stop defending.
Heat wave.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. The middle barracks are under attack. The middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower.
Yeah, James, there's not a whole lot you can do about that sometimes when you get a fucking baby on your team.
Got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower's under attack.
It's chilly. Throw another hero on the fire.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Time to
The Legion is under attack.
to battle.
Oh god, no. Is this a usual game US server? I wouldn't say that this is so rare, but it's not usual. Oh, position 4, Lena. End the game, thank you. My god.
No!
Okay, time to report this piece of shit Omni Knight. He's not even immortal! This guy starts jungling and feeding because he didn't have a solo lane for 30 seconds. Literally what happened. Omni Knight still in this chat. His name is okay. Right. Enjoy your LP, Omni. Try not to act like a retard baby next time. Thanks. Thank you. Alright. Okay, we're not queuing ranked. Nah, I'm taking XP next time. And I don't even care. Yeah, you sure showed us, man. You showed us. What a fucking piece of shit. Did Gaben really read the report? You think Gaben himself reads it? Nah. I mean, the comment section is there for a reason, right? I'm sure that if you have writing a specific comment is probably a more powerful report than just not writing anything at all. Why no mid Lina? Hey Donnie, the answer to your question is much more simple than you think. I didn't play mid Lina because I didn't want to play mid Lina. I wanted to play support Lina, and that's it. Rare is 1k. If you want to learn how to play position 4 Lina or support Lina, just do it, man. Just fucking do it. There's no like fucking fancy techniques or special blah 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 for playing support Lina. You just run at them, you right click them, and you land your stun. That's it, man. Nothing fancy. It's not like playing Meepo or Invoker where you're like, oh, Cold Snap, then Tornado, and then Meteor Blast. Or, oh, make sure you use these hotkeys for fucking using Poof Blob. No, it's just you run at them and you stun them. That's it. Get me out of this game. Have you ever tried using any search engines? What was Mars saying about rank 2 open Dota? I have no idea. I didn't even read what he said. I don't remember him saying that. Most played heroes, Juggernaut. I'll play a ranked match for donation. Would you like to do that? Donation for demand? Huh? 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 Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. This fucking Omni Knight might be my last game, and I'm not willing to take the risk that he'll be on my team again. When you have someone in your game who you know will fucking ruin the game, and you just queue again, that's suicide, man. Like if I see the Omni Knight again, guess what? Next game, if he's on my team, I fucking lost. Guaranteed. It's not worth taking the risk to even play with him. So we don't do that. You search on YouTube and you don't find any? You're talking about how to play like support or carry, right? Hi, Johnny. How to play Dota 2 support. I have a fucking video on my channel on how to play support, man. How to play Dota 2 carry. I don't know why it's so hard to find, dude. I think your problem is you just don't know how to use the internet. How to play offlane. Are we missing anything? How to play mid. Can we just reduce the stupidity, please? Thanks. I can't handle it today. Yeah, anything for donation. Sounds about right. Money makes the world go around, guys. America's education system is shit. I've heard that opinion before. Don't have an opinion on that though, myself. Gaben, give me battle pass before everyone goes insane. Battle pass is coming today. If you want to know the time here, just type in !time.
Thunder approaches.
I don't even have disruptor set. Okay, let's spend these shards. Where is he? 3,000? Oh, so expensive. Oh, Rubik set. I have everything for Rubik.
Grand Magus.
Yeah, I'm good for Rubik. Well, position 3 is off lane. Position 2 is mid, rares 1k. Do I follow the Disneyland Major? I don't. I'm more of a player and not much of a watcher. What benefits does the Battle Pass has? Yeah, items. What is the difference between position 4 and 5? Okay, well, you have to understand what position means first of all. Position just means farm priority. That's all it means. So if you're position 1, you have the highest farm priority. You should be spending as much time as possible farming, getting items. So, with that very same logic, position 5 gets the least farm, so when you buy wards, you don't get farm, right? When you buy sentries, when you buy dust, when you buy smoke, that is not considered farm, right? Because you're using it for your team and it's not for yourself. So position 5 should be buying most of the support items. Position 4 gets to have a little bit more farm than position 5. That's it, guys. Yeah, just keep it simple, guys. Just keep it simple. Hey Johnny, I'm gonna be going to the passport office later. I gotta hand in my application. I've done 90% of the filling out the application and getting the passport photos and all that stuff. So they're either gonna be like, oh, okay, well, we're gonna give you your passport, or they're gonna be like, well, no, we're not gonna give you your passport. So basically, what I'm saying is that I can either buy my ticket today or tomorrow, or not. But if I cannot go with you on a vacation, I will come and visit you, okay? Or I'll pay for your flight and you can come visit me. Yeah, I hope it's the former. Oh yeah, I remember why I don't queue unranked on this account. Because the queue takes so long. This is an OD set. It looks almost exactly like the regular OD. Oh, there was a difference? Hi, Shan. Where am I going for vacation? Maybe Thailand, Vietnam, China, maybe Europe. Maybe America and New York. Yes, Battle Pass is supposed to come today. They made an announcement on Twitter. It's all over Reddit. People are celebrating. Not coming to Texas? No, I might go to Texas. We'll see. I will say that I only have enough money to visit so many places though. Yeah, I might watch TI in China. Favorite position? I don't have a favorite position. What time it will start? What time will the game start? Well, man, if I could tell the future, I would tell you. What do you think about Darkseers 4? I think Dota 2 is extremely situational and everything can work with the right situation. How many matches do I have? Around 10,000. Hello, Sheldon. You're welcome, Casa. Every live you ask me what's my favorite position. And do I not answer every single time? Or are you just spamming? My longest queue time, 90 minutes. Hello, Khalil. Oh, give me a game so I can get out of here. Thanks. Who is rank 1 right now? Hey Otoy, have you ever tried going to dota2.com/leaderboards? It changes all the time, man. Hey David, thanks buddy. I'm still positive today. You don't know about that? Okay. Friendito says hello. Well, tell your friend I said hello back. Oh, Miracle's playing TA against Paparazzi. Oh wait, no, they're on the same team. Holy shit. Restart matching is not a good idea. Favorite heroes, Juggernaut?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh my god, they have 4K net worth lead at 6 minutes? How is that even possible? What? How? What the fuck?
Not so fast.
4K net worth lead at minute 6. Wow, man, how do you do it, guys? Miracle and Paparazzi on the same team? Wow, that's amazing. Oh shit! Miracle! No, that's Paparazzi. He's gonna die! Come back.
The Phantom strikes.
See you later. Let's watch Miracle. Don't do it. His teammates are coming. Don't do it. think playing support is more difficult than carry. I agree with you, Donnie, but you know what, Donnie? Support is so boring. How am I supposed to be Miracle when I play support? I am Miracle. I am way better than my team.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
I'm a superstar. I'm the superstar of this game. Somebody help Miracle! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Told you a storm was coming.
You guys want to know the truth about supports versus carries? I don't know if you can handle the truth. But here, let me tell you the truth about support versus carries.
Dire's middle tower's in trouble.
Support takes more skill to play. You don't spend as much time just last hitting creeps for 30 minutes, you know? You run around fucking fighting heroes and ganking and shit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
People who play carry only, you know what that says about their personality? It probably says that they think that they're the superstar of the game. They probably think that they're better than their teammates.
Dire's middle tower is under
And they often say shit like, even though I'm 2k MMR, I deserve to be 3k, but my team keeps holding me back. It's not my fault I'm 2k. It's my shitty team. They're feeders. My team feeds. It's not my fault. They don't even know how to ward. They don't know how to farm. Oh shit.
The Drow have one less enemy now.
Haste. What is change?
Just 2,300 people watching this game, damn.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower might be going down.
Oh, we got a game. Nice. Alright, let's do this, guys.
Tower's under attack.
Maybe it's my last game. We got Shark Sandwich on our team. Gay 69. Black Ginger. Wee Willy Wanker. Winker. Oh, I know this guy. I've seen him in my game so many times. Thanks, Lulu and Donnie.
Hey, it ain't fun if we ain't all here.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Dire victory!
Well, you know what this means? It means we're going to play ranked games. Wow, that was the best unranked game I've ever queued for in my life. Did I actually get a win for that? I didn't even pick hero. Does it work that way? Do I think Miracle plays support on his Smurf? Yes. So, if you want to be really good at Dota 2, you have to understand all the heroes, right? A lot of people, like, especially in the lower brackets, like 2K, 3K, even some 4K players, they're like, I only know how to play Slark, but I'm very, very fucking good at Slark. And that's it, right? Like, they play Slark, and that's it. Or they play Invoker, and that's all they play. Or maybe they play Invoker and Tinker, and that's all they play. But if you want to hit 6K or above, you have to understand all the heroes. You have to really understand all the heroes. And it's not enough just to be like, okay, and you never play Monkey King and you're like, well, I understand that he can jump from tree to tree, he's got this really long stun, and then like you just read the skill description and that's it. No, that's not even good enough. Not good enough at all. If you play the hero like 3 or 4 times, and you're like, oh, okay, this is what he does. Guess what? Still not good enough. Like, the only way to fully understand all the heroes is you have to play them. If you want to be the best player, you have to play all the heroes. Which doesn't mean that you can't specialize at some point, but like, you have to play like at least, you know, let's say 40, 50 games of the hero to fully understand it. Even then, you probably wouldn't even fully understand it. You probably understand it well, but, you know. So, 8K, 9K players, they play everything. And yeah, I've been playing ranked games all day. Here, let's have a look. Ranked. So yeah, finally ranked game again. Jesus. Have I ever played with Tumble Man? You mean my Tumble Man? No. Okay, if this Omni is in my game, I'm gonna fucking uninstall Dota 2. Please, no. If he's in my game, please be on the enemy team, please. I just queued for like 20 minutes. Oh, safe.
Your turn to ban.
I was a little scared for a moment, you know?
5 seconds left. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
We should give priority pick to Teal since he's our best player.
10 seconds.
Teal, which lane do you like?
5 seconds left.
It's okay, Suman. Pick support, damn it! Just pick bounty. Fucking pick any. My money. Oh my god!
Fun.
I was gonna play. Oh god.
What? Huh?
Does someone want mid? I want to just growl.
10 seconds.
Darkness, my old friend.
5 seconds left.
Make me play PA, man. Okay, I play PA. Purple just ruined game? How did I ruin game? I'll wait for your logical and intelligent response.
Your pick now. Meepo.
Okay, so he...
Huh?
Orange first of all says that I ruined the game already. And now he's like, does anyone even speak English? Hey Orange. My question, sir? This guy have me muted or what?
Now. You know what to do.
Or does he just realize he's just full of shit? Doesn't know what he's talking about? Oh, okay. Well played. Give me a slaughter or something. All right, how do we lane this? Pretty sure we lost. Be positive. Thank you. Me versus OD. That's right, Snail Poop. I called him out. I was like, I'm gonna wait for your logical and intelligent response, and he's like, just joking. Yeah, okay, man. Good job.
The phantom creeps in.
So funny.
It's in the
Is anyone going Vlad's this game?
battle.
How quickly do I need to rush BKB this game, huh?
Very well. I'll slip through their guard. It is in the bag. Creeping in. Surreptitiously.
30
Yeah.
seconds to showtime.
Okay, so Monkey King says he's Monkey King's actually saying that he's not buying Vlad's. So perhaps I will buy Vlad's.
Like a wisp.
Where do I go Battle Fury?
They seem not. In the blink of an eye.
The battle begins.
My list has 5 names on it.
怎么不拿符啊你？
This guy's just gonna TP it.
Yes.
啊？图吗？
Oh my god, what an idiot! Dude, that's a pretty big fuck up.
I'm but a shadow.
Okay. There you go.
Moving quickly.
Here's my contribution.
Now. Without remorse.
Did I get assist for that? I sure did. Nice. Oh man, dude, he attacked the other creep, making me think that he attacked the creep that he's supposed to.
Like a wisp. You will see less of me now.
不打野。
Look sharp. In I go. There falls my shadow. Fangs my blade. Very well. Sneaky. I'm but a shadow.
His last hitting is so good, dude. Not gonna lie.
Creeping in. Moving quickly. Quick strike.
He has wand? No wand yet.
Attack. In the blink of an eye. They see me not. Invisibility. Yes. I
Can't do
will
it.
not hesitate.
悪じゃん。
I looked greedy. Taken by surprise.
Oh, I got a stick now.
Oh, yes. You will see less of me now. Ha. Have some blade. Not enough mana. Look sharp. Yes.
His W costs like 140 mana. Not gonna have it for a while, I guess.
Slyly. I will slip through their guard. Don't look now. I'm but a shadow.
Oh, he doesn't have he doesn't have mana.
In silence. Moving quickly. Yes. They see me not.
No mana, dude.
Saw that.
Wait, clear.
Oh, yes. Yes. In the blink of an eye.
Ruins.
Surreptitious. Didn't you see me? Without remorse. Very well. There falls my shadow, fails my blade. Like a wisp.
Yes, please. Oh shit. Oh.
It is foul play.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Oh shit.
Visualizes the lanes
You got this. You got this.
likes of you.
Oh! Oh my god!
It's all coming back
Wow,
into
man.
focus. Quick strike. In I go. Here I am.
Dude, this OD's last hit is too good for me.
Phantasmic.
He gets it down to like the 0.1 second. I'm too old.
Moving quickly. I'll slip through their
Radiant
guard.
called in the fortification.
In the blink of an eye.
See, look at that! He timed that exactly! How can I hope to beat him? So OD plays mid.
They see me not. Creeping in. There falls my shadow, fells my blade.
It's okay, I don't have to win lane.
Yes. Yes. Don't blink or you'll miss me. I'm but a shadow. In I go.
Your middle tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Slyly. Like a wisp.
You know what? I don't have to kill OD. The only thing I really have to do is just not die to OD. It's okay for him and I to trade farm. It's okay for me to lose lane a bit. OD might be top. I think he grabbed Rune. He might be top. OD top.
I'm but a shadow. Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Okay.
Very well. Oh, yes. I am not ready. In I go. Didn't stand a chance. Slyly. Sneaky.
Holy fuck that BH, dude. Oh man.
Material. Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure they could snipe because I don't know, Courier was at like half health. I was like, ah, they're not gonna predict that. And then they predicted it.
Yes.
Where's my fuck? Oh yeah, right. Courier had my TP.
There falls my shadow. Fells my blade.
Runes are almost up.
Where least expect.
Oh my fucking god, man.
Moving quickly.
Fucking annoying shit.
Creeping in.
Wow, that attention to detail is just too good.
Surreptitiously. Like a wisp.
Oh, now he's got double damage, man.
They see you not.
Oh my god, I can't even get that last hit, man.
Your middle tower's under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Yes.
Guy is putting up a barricade.
So,
Sneaky. There falls my shadow. Fells my blade. I will slip through their guard.
Enemy's top towers.
He has his ultimate.
Don't blink or you'll miss me. In I go. Moving quickly. Gotta keep my hand in. Oh yes.
I think BH is on top of me. If we see OD, that means BH is on top of me 100%.
My edges are running. I'm but a shadow. Creeping in.
You know, my farm's not too terrible, huh? It's just like 500 behind the goal.
In the blink of an eye.
He has Eclipse.
I will not hesitate.
Killing spree.
Oh god.
Double kill.
I go.
Chill out.
okay. Well, I don't mind showing up to the party late, because, you know, less abilities for them to use on me. Huge.
Taken by surprise.
Your bottom tower's kind of bad.
You've got another thing coming.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I don't know if I want to keep chasing that.
Creeping in.
Oh, wait, there's a DD here.
They have slipped to their god. Yes. Very well. I'm but a shadow. Slyly. Don't blink or you'll listen.
15-minute ruins.
Oh, yes. Without remorse.
Mars is top somewhere. He doesn't have, never mind.
Your bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of fire structures probably stop that.
In the blink of an eye.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
There falls my shadow. That's my blade.
I says no.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Dude, is Monkey King not even gonna join us?
Killing spree! Double kill! Killing spree!
Dude, that OD, like, stop the Pango before he can even start rolling around. That was game winning. Mei Li Mao.
Have some blade. Look sharp.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower!
Surreptitiously. Didn't you see?
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
My shadow. That's my blade.
Bottom tower is dominate!
Wow, dude!
Dominating! Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
I won't stop until the job is done.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dig in and defend that sucker.
In I go.
Your top tower is under
Oh,
attack.
get me out of this game.
Yes. Moving quickly.
Killing spree!
Yes.
I don't want to play this game anymore today.
Sneak.
Your top tower has fallen. Stop it! That It's not helping. Dominating.
You die
The top
alone.
tower needs some help. Mega kill! Double kill! Mega kill!
End game. Thanks.
Death assassin.
The top tower has fallen! The top tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
You know what? I still have 3 wins today, so today is a neutral day. Not a red day, at least.
Top barracks are under attack. It's trying to take barracks. Ain't nothing no more. The top barracks is falling. Oh, I see. You're letting them think you're helpless. Blasted.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. This is one of the things in the bad column. Your middle tower has fallen. That's the spirit. The losing spirit.
A little something extra for the effort.
Oh, get me out of this game.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Well, I mean, I asked you, man. What's wrong with the pick? Remember when I asked you? Give me a logical and intelligent response, and you're like, oh, just fucking with you. Because you had nothing, man. All you got was rhubarb. That's all you got, dude.
Your ancient is under attack.
Good one.
Unstoppable!
Exactly. You're the one who's crying, man. Oh, get me out of this game.
Defeated.
We outdrafted them, according to Dota Plus. English only, please. Yeah, we were doing fine until we just didn't play together as a team. Jesus Christ. Where's this fucking Monkey King? Oh, actually, no, I should report this Monkey King. This guy. Oh, I don't have any reports, dude. Hey, Genji, why do you think the Slaughter counters Bristleback? You know, just because, like, you know, you can cast Corrosive Haze on Bristleback does not necessarily mean that it counters the Bristleback, right? I mean, what if he bought Lotus Orb? You know? Or what if you just bought like Shivas or something like that? And you're like, oh, well, I guess Corrosive Haze doesn't do anything, right? And also remember this. Even if Slaughter casts Corrosive Haze on BB, that BB can still like he can still turn around, right? Like, you haven't countered his passive at all. All you've done is lowered his armor. That doesn't necessarily mean you've countered him. I mean, by the very same logic, right? I mean, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, Slaughter counters tanks. Well, I mean, Well, then the tanks just buy more armor, or they buy like BKB, they buy Lotus Orb, right? The very same logic is like, well, Doom counters everyone because you can't do anything when you're doomed. Well, that's true, right? But like that doesn't mean that Doom actually counters everyone, you know? Sometimes I play Jug versus Doom. You know what I do? I put down the healing ward in the tree somewhere. Like, he didn't see me cast healing ward. Then I just run at Doom like a retard. Doom thinks that he can kill me, and then guess what? You know what I do? Then I put the Juggernaut and the healing ward together. Hi, Sonic. And also, by the way, Drow's passive does not pierce Bristleback. Like, he still has like a, what is it, 60% damage reduction? 40%? I mean, he still has it. Just Drow like hits Bristleback as if Bristleback has 0 armor, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a counter. Does Doom multi cancel your passive abilities like the Silver Edge? Yes, if you buy eggs. So if I understand it correctly, yeah, Doom eggs, it cancels passes. Oh, sick. Dota 2 Doom. For future references, you can check this up yourself next time, okay? So, Ags Doom will suspend Doom's duration while the affected unit is within range. Also cause it to remove positive buffs from the target when cast, and break most passive abilities while active. What's my opinion on counter BB? Well, Genji, I mean, this is gonna sound really obvious, but you buy Silver Edge, man. Right? You buy Silver Edge. Don't go on the BB. Kill BB last. You know, a lot of people, they get all caught up trying to kill BB, right? But like, you don't have to kill the BB. Like, he's there to be annoying, but that's his job, is to be annoying, right? That's his literal job. Don't kill BB. Don't go for BB. Buy Silver Edge. Play LC. Play LC and then duel the BB. If you really want to kill him, play LC with Silver Edge. You know? Duel the BB. Hey, there's a lot of things you can do, man, but you don't have to kill the BB. Like, you keep getting caught up in like, oh, we gotta kill the BB. No, you don't. You don't have to kill BB. Yeah, buy a wand. You know, yeah, honestly, like, this game's a lot more simple than you think. You know, like, yeah, you buy a wand, you buy Silver Edge, right? And you already knew the answer to that question, right? And at some point, you probably ran at BB and your whole team died, right? Well, don't run at BB. You know, like, smoke around him. Go around it. Like, when I say it, it sounds really obvious, right? And it is obvious. You just have to think about it a little bit more. You don't have to counter anything. It's kind of like, you know, like, new players, when they say PA on the enemy team, they're like, I see PA, I buy Monkey King Bar. Like, without even thinking. They just buy Monkey King Bar. But just because there's a PA on the enemy team doesn't mean you need to buy Monkey King Bar. Or it doesn't even mean you need to buy Silver Edge either. Sometimes the PA has 0 farm, right? Sometimes PA has 5,000 net worth, and let's say the enemy also has, let's say, a Huskar with 20,000 net worth, right? Like, why itemize to counter the PA when you can itemize to counter the Fed Huskar, right? Like, in Dota 2, you really have to use your brain. You have to think about it more. You can't just, like, do vanilla, you know, stereotypical builds, right? The other day I bought Blink Dagger on Drow, and some fucking smart guy in the stream's like, seriously, Blue Span, you bought Blink Dagger on Drow? Fucking noob. That's what they said to me. I'm like, huh. I am a noob for buying Blink Dagger on Drow. I'm sure, like, that this person who thinks they're so smart playing Drow Ranger, they're like, they probably buy the same fucking items every single time. I go eggs, I go Silver Edge, I go Hurricane Bug. Yeah, I'm sure you fucking do. That doesn't mean you're good at this game. And then, yeah, anyways, he was being problematic, so I kicked him out, right? And then I was like, okay, you want to see Blink Dagger on Drow? Here, let me pull up one of Matumba Man's games. He bought it fucking like a few days ago on Drow. Are you gonna trash talk Matumba Man for buying Blink Dagger on Drow, you piece of shit? Didn't think so, right? Okay, I don't know, I need these guys, and that's great, because I'm tired of having the same team that I've had for the last 3 games. Me too, man. I've lost 3 in a row.
Or lose.
A roll for 3? Are you looking to carry Teal?
10 seconds.
Drow's banned. Oh, fuck.
5 seconds left.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Why do I play solo? Why would not I play solo, Genji? Please answer this question.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Okay. Thanks, Lulu. Do I need to ban you? Hey, Tricky. Let me know. Answer this question, okay? Tricky, do I need to ban you? A moderator just told you not to spam sound effects and you do it again? Jesus Christ, some people. I have 3 monitors, Xing Sheng. Drow's banned. I was thinking of like Drow, but Drow's banned. You know, Tricky, let me give you some advice, okay, man? Now, part of getting older and growing up and becoming mature is realizing that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. So what's important to understand is that, you know, when you think about doing things, ask yourself, should I be doing this or should I not be doing this? Thanks, man. Hi, David. Things are going okay, man. I've won 3 games, I've lost 3 games, so can't complain yet.
I am vengeance. Yes.
Prepare for battle.
I suppose it's in the bag.
Let my vengeance soar.
Glad you agree, Justine. Long time no see.
It was in the bag the moment I walked on the battlefield. It's in the bag.
By the bloody pina.
Glad you guys enjoy Blue Span University. It's one of my better stream inventions. Justine, you have a fucking wrench next to your name, man. Jesus. How do you think you got that, huh? Is Battle Pass out? No, it's not.
Seconds to battle.
We're really not good at utilizing my aura, huh? We have Monkey King, that's it for right clicks.
Gotcha. Got my shield, so.
It's okay, Tricky. I know you're still just a kid.
When the horde bursts, the blood flows.
Oh! Aw, timing not good enough. I was gonna say, wow, that Rubik, timed everything perfect. But actually he didn't.
I'll TP mid if they try.
Yeah, he tried to time that down to like the 0.1 second, but I
am not argue. Nice and by Skriok. The time has come. Very well.
Careful.
I am under attack.
That's
vengeance flies beside me. I am there.
She's on cooldown, 10 seconds.
My spirit soars. My sentence precise.
10 seconds.
Might have fucked up.
Faster.
My bad.
To battle.
We can turn this, kill us.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, come on.
Can you get my...
Yeah, I got you.
That's hard.
Let my vengeance soar.
Be this guy's whole experience.
Forward. I am not argue.
Give me more.
At last.
TV's on cooldown, by the way, so I'll have it if you just be aware of that.
The time has come.
Sucker. Yeah, we heard you the first ping.
I fly.
Three yet? Hit level 3. Let me stunt first, dude.
By the bloody pinions of Ahriman. Very well.
Oh my god, he's got boots and I don't.
If I must.
Did you bait it? Huh? Motherfucker? Sucker. 5-minute runes?
Yes.
How's this a boring game? There's been 10 kills in 5 minutes, but that's boring?
Might go for ours.
Hey, Jonathan Mendoza. Do you have ADD? I'm bored! I'm bored! Yeah, you fucking are, because you're fucking 11 years old.
Killing spree!
Look, another kill.
I'm coming.
Fuck, there's so many people
I
mid.
can take the tower.
Faster.
Boring game.
My sentiments precisely. The time has come.
Oh man.
Careful mid.
Flies.
Shaman's right there.
I'll take
I am not
Oh fuck, there's a Rubik here!
well played. I didn't think you had what it takes. Your fall returns from whence it came.
Mendoza, you gonna say anything? Or did I embarrass the shit out of you?
Who does this to me?
as you wish.
Look like this.
Let my
I just respawned.
soar.
I just respawned.
Dominating!
Nice.
Look, see, they killed the troll.
As you wish.
For your life. Fucking whiny ass bitch. What is wrong with people today? Jesus, so fucking
Up
whiny.
top. I'll come.
Right, Jonathan Mendoza, so fucking whiny, right?
Vengeance flies beside me.
Under their ward.
I got a TP. I can TP.
If there's 3 mid, that's good, man. That's good.
This is a good thing.
You think everything's about you?
Let's kill this sec.
MK, if you want, I can go mid. You can come up top.
Let's go. They already TP mid. Let's go. Let's go.
Fuck, you died.
The time has come.
Yeah.
Mega kill!
I am there.
Armor 6.
Double kill!
1,000 of your kind.
I've done. Good job.
Skies surrender to me.
TP's on cooldown 25.
And
I am not argue.
you see this beautiful teamwork between me and the Leshrac? We can't do this. Oops, I accidentally used Shrine. We can't do this if we don't have teamwork.
I got triangles.
Don't think oops, ignore that. Yeah, this one's hard to stack, huh? I often fail stacking that one.
Killing spree! On edge!
No, Ryan, it's a double stack, first of all, but it didn't work. This one's like, there's a very short period of time where you can stack this, so if you want to stack, you actually have to stack it to the left That's probably much easier. Yeah, you have to cut this tree and then stack it like that.
My sentiments precisely.
Guy's putting up a barricade.
As you wish.
Oh, you can fight that.
It's okay, he's fine.
Oh, roots.
I'll head over.
Arms for the
Hey,
dead.
let's check. There might be Ember Spirit here.
Yeah, let's get that tent.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Oh man, I die.
You have
This
been
guy have nothing to help me with? He's a Diabolic Edict.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I got my ult.
I tried to deny the rune. It didn't work.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
It's not real. No, that's fake.
Yes.
How does Monkey King lose to Ember Spirit with ganks and health?
I got armor in my ult, so.
Maybe its structures are fortified.
Oh, it's still going!
Watch your step.
I fly.
Oh, there's a ward there, and it's about to expire.
I'll cover you.
Thanks, man. No.
I'm coming top, I got armor. They're
Let
going.
my vengeance soar.
Alright, Shaman GP.
Solo
Hey,
kills
look
roll,
at
nice.
you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Fall.
Pressure the other lanes.
Oops. Oh, I just showed up in vision for no reason.
Fly to it.
Yeah, let's get this guy a ward.
Faster.
This creeper gonna stop chasing you.
You can try to get items. I mean, I'm not gonna get anything while this game, so I can just be 5.
Okay, sure.
I am there.
Are you really gonna chase that far? Hey, Doom, you're pretty deep.
I am there.
Not really sure why he's chasing.
As you wish.
Ah, God damn creep.
Tower's kind of bad.
They're all missing. Careful bottom. Do that or they're going top.
My sentiments precisely.
You know what?
I'm TPing top as fast as I can.
Okay, I still have another swap, so we can.
Okay, I got my ult. Hey, can you run a B monkey?
Nice for your talent.
Dominate.
Get this kid. Right here.
It's not a bad trade.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Mega kill!
Reduced to your elements.
Dire structures
Let's go back to base.
So I can't go top.
I'm gonna go shrine, I think. Hey, Mars is denying the tower.
I am not.
Ah, man!
It's fine, just leave me.
I think you can keep running much.
Double kill. Top tower has been denied.
Oh man, and they denied it. That's a victory for them.
Dad, your middle tower just got
Got
denied.
shot.
till the last
Physical
building
damage.
falls. So fight!
Magical damage.
Watching your top tower?
Physical damage. Half. They have a very mixture
Let my vengeance soar.
of damages.
I'm gonna try to
15-minute runes.
yeah, that's good.
Dire structures are fortified.
I got my all 25.
Killing spree!
Become peace.
Oh my god, my wand! Oh man.
Killing spree!
Oh fuck, I could've used wand there. Oh well.
Desolation and the worlds are one.
I was so up on
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I couldn't have done it better myself. Yeah, well, get up. Get out there.
What items do I
I
get?
think we can group up. I have my crimson.
Okay. I just go pipe. I go pipe this game? Anyone getting Greaves?
Faster.
No, I'm not gonna be in it.
Okay, I will get Greaves.
So, dude, if you wanna come with me, I wanna ward up there in the jungle. Ward up here. It's a bit risky, but.
I used to really like 4 staff on Vengeful Spirit, but then they gave Vengeful Spirit 2
I got
swaps.
my armor and my ult, so you're good to go.
So it's still a good item on Vengeful Spirit, but
Structures are fortified.
you have 2 swaps, so it's fine. Yules is better for Troll. You think that I care about Troll is your problem though?
Get the D ward up there on their cliff. Right here.
The top tower needs some help.
Hey, Leshrac, what do you, okay. You just stop moving, what the?
Your bottom tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
I'm stuck.
Oh shit, you're stuck.
Double kill.
Oh man, that's not a good trade for us.
Your top tower is under attack.
Very well.
Is it you?
My sentiments precisely.
Yeah, got my stuff.
You shall feel my talents.
An army.
If I may.
Guys, you know, today is not over yet, right? In fact, it's only like, it's not even 1 p.m.
Milestone.
where I am. And by the way, I'm on the same time zone as Gaben.
Faster.
Just think about that for a second.
Let my vengeance soar.
Is anybody getting a pipe on this team? I guess I can get it. Yeah, I can.
Hey Doom, you're by yourself.
Yeah, careful what they're doing.
And they're all missing.
I'm coming, I'm coming. Yes.
Go buyback, get out.
Why am I going for nothing? I should just let them die.
Arms for the dead.
Killing spree!
Hello, Jatu.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, we need BKBs really badly.
There's something important going on. Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Yes.
Radiant called in the fortification. Your top tower needs some help.
A tie to the impurities.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, somebody.
To battle.
They're stacked, right? They're stacked? That did not stack. Oh my god.
Precisely.
Are you implying that they're doing Roshan?
I don't know. Could be. Goal is missing.
By the blood, let me stretch my wings. The time has come. Yes.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Faster.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fly to it. Interventions. Mechanism. Let my vengeance soar.
Yeah, we just need BKB before we can take another big fight, because, I don't know, we lost like 2 or 3 fights already. That Mars ult can destroy us.
To battle.
Back up.
Double kill.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
If you insist.
Oh god, oh god.
Your top tower is under attack. Dominate.
Yeah, he's alone.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Man, I almost mech the Doom, dude. Like I had the green circle around to see the range, but it was so close.
Four. As you
Yeah, this Ember Spirit went like a very early game fighting build.
BKB is huge against Mars once you get. actually wouldn't mind this.
Nice for your talents.
Runes? They have 2 mid. Like, we can. He has pipe. I think he's not alone.
Look at Rubik. I got dust if you can stun him.
Oh my god, dude.
Shaved in searing heat.
Dominating! Double kill!
I didn't think that was a good fight.
Well, that was toasty.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
I need to swap people out immediately. Okay.
Lies beside me.
Your middle tower's under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
To battle.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Can you go Roshan? Go Roshan, please.
I have BKB now.
Okay. I think there's a triple ancient stack. That's the ancients. No, we can't. Flesh Strike has no mana. Take this.
Yes. I am not argue.
Oh, 33 just scoops. Oh, Monkey King's leaving. So what would our next objective be?
With a vengeance. I am there.
Just push him into this. Push out bot first.
Yeah, you might have to leave him Lich.
As you wish.
Mega kill!
I'm running over to swap you. I think. No, you're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. I'm dead too.
Whoa!
Wow, man.
Knock down your middle tower. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Your middle tower is under attack. Maybe fortify your structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. We got one less middle tower now, by the way. The middle barracks are looking shaky. Your middle barracks is falling.
We fucking threw this game so hard.
You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong. Oh, come on! Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad.
It's not time yet.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Another one.
I'll go.
Spirit. The time has come.
Yep.
I'll try to take this tower at least.
By the bloody piña. I am your target. By my wings.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
My spirit soars.
Haste.
Ages.
Faster.
Okay.
As you wish.
Shall we smoke?
They have vision here for sure.
For sure you say.
Precisely.
Oh fuck, I missed you, Lich. Oh my god! That's really bad. We may have to back. We popped up. We popped too many things. Stay together. Man, this guy always has his ult somehow. Yeah. Oh, and he got doomed, dude. We lost. I shouldn't have queued for this game.
Killing spree! Double tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your region is under attack.
Man, we had the early mid game.
Finally, a better job.
I go in silence.
Ah, fucking whiny ass Monkey King. Ah. Yeah, we were. Oh god, we were winning by a lot in the early game. Oh, I don't have any more reports, right? Alright, if I get a game within 4 minutes, I play it. If I don't, then I'm out. Yeah, like we won every single lane. Doom was farmed to shit. Yeah, no, I don't know. They started 5-manning and we couldn't handle Mars's ultimate. No, it's if I Samael. Listen, if I get a game within 4 minutes, I'm playing it. If I don't, then I'm leaving. Those are the only two options. Yeah, I actually have things to do, so. Man, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, that Mars, man, his ultimate destroys us. Yeah, see, Mars, he went from like bottom 5 to top 3. Oh, look, Monkey King at the bottom. I don't know, guys. I think we probably just got overconfident. Mid-game, started trying to push too much. We needed to wait on the BKBs. Maybe I should have got Glimmer Cape or something, I don't know. Not sure it makes a huge difference, but maybe Glimmer Cape I could have saved a core or two. Oh, hey, we got a game. Yeah, you guys are in for a game. Hopefully I can win this one so it doesn't have to be red day today. I go to the gym every day, man. Please don't let me have that Monkey King. Yeah, he's not on my team. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
No pre-mute. No pre-mute. Oh, fuck. Pre-mute. Who's this guy? And why do I have him pre-muted?
What? Huh?
One VAC ban. No idea who the fuck you are.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
How tall am I? I'm 170 centimeters. Approximately. Thanks for the good luck, Devraj. Pro Hooker, he was in the last game. What was he? He was purple. Purple was the Lich, right?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
He wants to play
No
Meatball?
pressure or nothing.
Is this for real? Try Ranger Band. Pick the heroes, guys. If you're gonna play Shadow Shaman, just play Shadow Shaman. Oh, it wasn't our turn to pick. Go mid? Oh, it's talking to the meeple.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Are they talking? Are they arguing already?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this guy was... Yeah, I think he was probably bad-mouthing already. Jesus Christ. Have a bad feeling about this game. You think 170 centimeters is tall? Hmm. You must be from a country that's average height is less than 170 centimeters.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
PA first, sniper second pick? What are you talking about, man? That doesn't make any sense.
I like land parties. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
You're 5'7", what is that in centimeters? Have you tried using Google? That's the same height as me, dude. And for the record, that is not tall at all. For Western average. Even for an Asian average, unless you're from like the Philippines or Vietnam. Gonna need a sentry up there. You want sentry? Oh no! Fuck, they pick Huskar! You're 6'7", Merwin? Oh yeah? So you're telling me that you're 200 centimeters tall, Merwin? Is that right? You're taller than 99.9% of the population? I think we lost this game, by the way. So, okay, so you're 192 centimeters, Merwin, approximately. That's a pretty big typo, dude.
Into the dragons. Doubly so.
Prepare
I don't fucking lying. Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Use numpad? Okay.
30 seconds to showtime.
We're so in the black. Remember what happened the last time you said that?
Yeah, the Sand King's right. I don't know about this lion.
Freeze and burn.
Pay attention now. The battle started.
What the fuck? I'm gonna stand here and click them.
He has no region. He can stand here, yeah, exactly. No region.
Don't hit him if he has return.
He doesn't.
He has his going base, by the way.
He's got it now.
Embrace the snow. To you, my loyalty. Shall we?
Jesus Christ.
Ice advances. Yes. Yes.
Can you eat one of these trees?
Oh, you don't have a tango, dude? I can give you a tango.
Sure. Thanks.
Double trouble. The Skinners are ours. We fly. We go. Doubly so. Forward. Dragon fire denied. Freeze and burn.
Sucker.
Fired up. No two ways about it.
Double damage.
Shall we? After you. In range. Ice advances. Fire and ice.
Sometimes I just don't know what to do.
First blood!
First blood! The gods were right to place their trust in me. 1-1. We fly. Ice and fire. They're scalding cold.
Runes? I'll grab the bottom runes. Hey,
Embrace us. I'm draining away. Jesus.
sucker. Hey, Morphin, fight.
Why did you hex so fucking late, dude?
Yes. Yes. Double trouble. By thrust of wing. Doubly so. Yes. Freeze and burn.
Oracle's bottom.
The scalding cold. Firebrand. Missing top. Troubled waters. The sky.
The perfect chain stun.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Shall we? Ice and fire.
There we go.
With twinned nature.
Hi, Chris.
Sky embraces.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Double trouble.
Yeah, I was just trying. Let's go.
Okay. What the fuck is all this?
You can kill this guy.
Wait, career. We can kill him, you say? Ooh, look at that timing, so good.
He has no TP.
Okay.
Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill!
Oh, all the PMAs. Oh, wait a minute. Fuck out of here.
Get their runes, get their runes, get their runes, get their
Yeah,
runes.
I'll grab bottom.
Get their runes, guys.
We ride the updrafts.
Playing base, by the way.
Okay. That's just too fun. I got that, right? You know, I did in fact get that. Sucker. Boop.
My thanks. Dragon's Rage. The skies are ours.
What the?
Oh, TP bottom, TP bottom, TP bottom.
I'm dead. It's fine.
No, you're not. You should stop, you should stop. Taunt, nice one. I mean, that's actually good for you. You go to base faster.
I mean, you're not wrong. Although Oracle got 362 gold. Oh my god, oh my god.
Killing spree.
Holy shit.
They use Echo bottom, by the way.
Too deep, Husker, you too deep! How did I not buy one Respirity?
Unstoppable!
I'll play, dude.
Oh, you don't have Epicenter. Okay. This is the guy that kept spamming penis at the beginning of the game. Oh
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Oh, Lion. I don't really have much mana.
Ice advances.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to base. That's my next item.
Echo use, by the way. They have no Echo. They have no Echo for another like 40, 30 seconds, maybe.
I think Glimmer seems pretty good, huh? Glimmer. Eatus.
Why are you going drums on TA, dude? Just go big items. You're doing really well.
I don't know what to get. Maybe I just go Greaves or some shit. Or Pipe. Actually, Pipe's really
Yeah,
good.
just take this tower and bother Juggernaut. I'm free bottom.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Ice advances.
15-minute runes. I will grab the top ones.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
We ride the updrafts.
Oh yeah, caught man.
Two ways about it.
Am I TPing for anything?
That was some funny usage of spells, boys, but we got it.
Oh man, I should have checked Roshan, dude.
Nice.
It's okay, we can have 2 pipes.
Shall we? After you. I thrust away. Fired up.
Oh my god! I got ganked, boys.
Freeze and burn.
Yeah, we see that.
It's running to like 3 heroes, dude. Back. I'm trying. I think they keep chasing. Gonna keep chasing.
Hot and cold. Fired up. With twin nature. My flames grow hotter. They're scalding cold. Double trouble. Doubly so. We go.
What the fuck, man? Oh yeah, right. Oracle's shit.
You'll not live to see.
Sucker.
You even watching your top tower? Radiant
Yo, maybe kill this guy. Kill this guy.
Yeah, I should buy Soul Ring, man. Just keep
Shikri's
using
farming
mana.
Blink, by the way.
Top tower needs some help.
He has Blink. Back. He has Blink. I need Arcane boots.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I also need Arcane.
This is one of the things called in the
Me and Morphling very important. And this line too.
top tower needs some help.
He's getting caught on, dude.
Ice advances.
Your top tower.
Oh, no Oracle. Kill this guy.
I'm fucking dead.
Killing spree.
He is leaving here. Yeah, this Morphling's kill the Huskar if you can. Uh oh. We overstayed our welcome.
tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Where's the ward? Okay.
Yo, we should fucking go. He's farming BKB right now. There are literally 2 heroes AFK. We should push a lane or like do Roshan or something. I need my Ghost Scepter, man.
Hi, Elon.
Bottom tower has been denied. I bet your tower really appreciated that.
Invisibility.
I don't know if I want to be in that fight anymore.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Fucking healing ward.
Structures are fortified. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. And over here we have your middle tower, not being there no more. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack. You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
West wind nature.
Ooh, beautiful. You're welcome.
Go Hagrim, force buyback.
Ice advances.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
No echo, no echo.
Dire structures are fortified.
I have no echo or anything. Said this.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hit the Miller Echoes.
I'm out. Run.
Hey man, you said no echo, dude.
Yeah, he just got it, dude. They're all so low, man.
Fucking guy, dude. Okay, lying around, okay. Morphling can wave it.
That was my bad. That was my bad right there. I miscalculated that. My bad.
Yeah, it's okay. It happens. You should know echo! I clumped up!
Waters rise.
Oh, we had to head there as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's fine. Wait, this is really good. I'm coming. Mana, by the way. I need somebody to give me mana when I keep you there. I could probably steal it. Maybe, man. Don't even try to fight that. Okay, yeah, okay. Wait. Stun. I got it. Go fight it. I got the Aegis. Nice one, Lion, dude. So fucking good.
Come on, grow up, man.
Go top. Dude, y'all TP'd out, man. I can't believe that
Go. No echo. They have nothing.
Jump Husker. Yo, they're only two. If they show up, just fucking dive them. Literally dive them. They're here. So sis, look, now they don't have ulti. You can't fight like that.
I'm looking.
No ulti. Okay, back. Back. Reset the fight. No BKB, no ulti from Husker.
We have pipe again.
Oracle.
Oh, pipe, motherfucker. Oh man, I've only had my glimmer. Wait a minute, we don't have a Chug on our team? And yes! Today's not Red Day! Red Days are sad, man. Yeah, we went from 3 wins, 4 losses to now probably 4 wins, 4 losses.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh yeah, I actually forgot that I am actually the 5, and I kept thinking that Lion would buy boards, but actually that's my job.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Hey, they can still come back. Come on. Hit the throw. They can still come back, man. They can still come back.
The dire agent collapsed. All right in the world.
Oh yes. Oh, I needed that win so bad. I thought I lost 3 in a row, man. Oh, feels good, man. Ah, yeah. Not Red Day. 5669. Is that what I started with? Can't remember. I think I was 5667 or something like that. So I think we got 2 MMR today. Woohoo! Alright, does anybody have any questions or comments before I go? I'm basically done for today. Actually, today's Green Day since we got 2 MMR, so technically. Ooh. Gotta get some food today, guys. Pretty hungry. It's almost 2 PM, haven't eaten any food yet. Glad you like the show today, Fantastic Baby. Favorite announcer? Meepo. Review Battle Pass? How can I do that? It's not even out yet. That's like me asking you, hey, Muhammad, review price of Bitcoin in 2 years from now. Defender. Oh yeah, he was the guy spamming penis all game. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I did lose 4 times. Forgot that I lost 4 times. Hello, Darmesh. Glad you liked the games today, Devraj. Thank you, Nup. Oh man. Yeah, Johnny, I'll let you know later today the outcome. I think it should be decided today. Anyways, tomorrow we'll be back tomorrow around the same time. So for those of you looking to catch the stream tomorrow, it should start around 7 to 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. Should be fine. Should be. I don't want to get your hopes up yet, but I mean I do want to do this. Good last 5 minutes there. Yeah, no, we had some pretty decent games today. I'm trying to get a new passport, Daraj, so I either get it or I can't. I don't want to get into the details of it. This TA, who I had pre-muted, commended me. Okay, fine. Samael, glad you like the stream. It will be fine. Okay. Oh, God, I gotta get the food, guys. I'm so hungry. Okay, guys, thank you everyone for watching the stream today. Hope you guys had fun with our time together. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time, so catch you guys then, okay? Have a great day, a great night, guys. Bye, guys. Skin's not actually white, it's just the camera lighting.